answer my questions as usual. 1 for yes, 2 for no. Do you understand? Do you believe in extraterrestrial life? Are you currently restrained? Are you married? Do you work in law enforcement? Do you know who I am? Do you know who you are? Are you... Good. He's ready.
Bruh, the Black Ops 1. March. This is a secured and monitored federal government terminal. All unauthorized access is strictly prohibited and subject to criminal prosecution. Sharing any information from the terminal while with unauthorized personnel is forbidden and also subject to criminal prosecution. What is the operator program? Specifically designed to provide technical support to field agents, henceforth abbreviated as agents, field agents, while also ensuring a high level of confidentiality. It's like night agent. Wait, no. Agents call the hotline. The call is dispatched to secretaries. Wait. Mike Trench from accounting.
Hey, pal. How you holding up? Get all that booze out of you? That's what you said last time. Well, I'm happy you're here. You and me at the FDI together. It's really great. But I gotta tell you something. When we're on the job, I can't treat you differently than anybody else. You understand, right? Good. Well, I'd better run. The FDI can't run itself now, can it? Good luck with your first day, all right?
Agents call the hotline. The call is dispatched to secretaries who verify the agent's identity, clearance level, and requests. The request is forwarded to the supervisor.
Good morning, Mr. Tanner. Welcome to the FDI. I assume you're up to speed on your mission here at the operator program? Well, as an operator, your goal is to support our agents by providing them with anything they need to solve a case. That help can come in the form of fact-checking, video and audio analysis, even lab work. My job as a supervisor is to link the agents with an appropriately matched operator. Any questions? Fine, but first you need to learn how to respond to an agent's request. Let's do a dry run, shall we? I want you to find my age. This objective just popped up at the top left of your screen, beside the Applications menu. See it? Whenever you're stuck, or if you need help, simply click on the question mark next to the objective. Go on and click on the question mark, Tanner. Yes, just like that. You can always click on the question mark if you get stuck, though I'm hoping this won't happen often. I'm giving you access to the human database. The Human DB, as we call it here. You can find this and other tools to help you solve agent requests in the Applications menu. Now go ahead, Operator Tanner. Solve my request. Find my age. When you find the answer, click on the objective and then select the answer on the screen. Operator, you should find the information first. Right. Like that, Tanner. I'll let you get settled in. And I'll contact you later with your first real request.
Interesting.
Tanner, looks like your first request is somewhat of a baptism by fire. I have an agent working a homicide. It's her first case, too. Not ideal, but consider this a learning experience. I'll be monitoring you in the background. I'm patching the agent through now.
It's Operator Tanner, right? I don't think our paths ever crossed at the academy, did they? Anyway, I got a homicide at a bar downtown called The Sanctuary. Ironic, no? My Vic, dead on arrival, is male, Caucasian, early 60s. He was shot in the head at close range around 2 a.m., just before closing time. As far as evidence, I got some surveillance footage from the bar. And, some kind of list that I found on the deceased. Any chance you can work your operator magic and help find me an ID on the shooter? Thanks, operator. Okay, I'm sending over the files. Good luck.
This is our cutting-edge video analysis system, Tanner. Click on any relevant elements in the video to trigger an analysis. Go on, give it a whirl. Just like with the video, you can click on a photo for further analysis.
stolen.
The footage quality is insufficient for a proper ID, operator. You'll need to find another way to ID the killer. Looks like our victim is Henry Jenkins. For some reason, we can't access his full profile. Unfortunately, for the moment anyway, there's not much else we can learn about him.
That's the list I found on the victim. It's pretty long, and to be honest, I got no idea who any of those people are. The bizarre thing is, that name at the bottom, it wasn't redacted when I bagged it, but I think it's irrelevant to our shooting here.
Why?
I see that you're looking into the names of the people on the list. That's a waste of FDI time and resources, Tanner. Focus on the surveillance footage.
Well, what are you expecting to find in that? Hmm? This is the only camera? He's not in here. Unless he's a redacted person?
Now that you've spotted the answer to Pendle's request via the CardDB, go ahead and report it. Click the objective button at the top of the screen. Then, click on the answer.
kind of look like him, but I don't think so. Oh, not stolen.
Nice. Now we know the perp's name.
I'm
You got
dumb as
something for
hell.
Wells' address? Because I'll take it if you do. Yeah, that'll do. Nice work. Next up is to bring Wells in. I'll keep you updated. Thanks, Operator Tanner.
Not bad, Tanner. Not great, but not bad either. I'll contact you later with your next request.
Hmm. Yeah. Fred Smorkinski, wanted for mailing and hand delivering several explosive devices to federal buildings and universities.
Tanner, I need you to follow up on an investigation started by a previous operator. I'll let the agent working the case bring you up to speed.
Very
Oh, please. Tell me you got something.
how.
God damn it! Who are you? Great. Every goddamn time we get a new operator, it takes me twice as long. I got a life outside the FDI, you know? Interests, hobbies, full-blooded passions. I don't have time for this. I got a missing persons case out here in Dryfield, Nevada. Connie Moore's her name. I canvassed the area, talked to the locals. I can't believe I'm saying this, but everyone thinks she was abducted by aliens. Middle of nowhere, hot as hell, sandy. Calling it a small town would be an insult to small towns. Look, I think it's bonkers, too. Another weird thing is, over the past year, 4 people in Dryfield have claimed they've been abducted. And every single time they reappeared somewhere in the middle of the desert out here about a month later. Connie's story's the same. She was. Popped back up yesterday. Collected her testimony myself. She had a camera on her. Naturally, I'd like to look at the photos. But to do that, I gotta go through you, an operator. Lucky me, right?
Let me get this down straight again. Missing persons case out here in Dryfield, Nevada.
There's something off about all this. I mean, beyond all the talk of little green men. Just look for something that doesn't add up, okay?
This here.
Here are the files.
I-19. Thirty-four minutes later. Raw. Mm-hmm. Twin Towers. In Connie's phone to she started by Dryfield, went past Mount Maury, headed east, trying to follow the ship. (8:45 to 11:56). Oh wait. An hour and 45. Hmm. So around here though, the last photo was taken. Wait. What's going on here? She took one at 9:19, which is probably around here. Another one at 9:40, which is probably around here. And then the last one, she was following the ship, but the time skips.
Jackpot. Connie said she took that photo the day she disappeared. Clearly, she didn't. Maybe the aliens did funny things to her brain. Maybe her brain was funny to begin with. Do me a favor. Locate the position on the map where she supposedly snapped this photograph.
10:13.
All right. Now check this spot out. Guess I gotta do a little hiking. Probably sweat my goddamn balls.
Oh, fuck's sake. Just knocked some shit over while I was doing all that shit happened, bro. Yeah.
Operator Tanner, are you there? Agent Walker told me that your connection was suddenly cut. And when I tried to contact you, you were offline. What happened? Hal? I thought we had taken care of that problem. I will look into this matter immediately with our cybersecurity department. The second shift of operators has arrived. You can go home now, Tanner. See you tomorrow. And don't be late.
Hmm. So the ones crossed out are missing. This one's circled, it's not crossed out.
pal. So, tell me, how'd day number 1 at the FDI go? Everything you had hoped for? Yeah, well, I wouldn't worry about him. Xavier doesn't even like his own mother. To be honest, no, I probably shouldn't say anything. Ah, sorry, buddy. My phone's ringing off the hook here. I gotta run. But hey, great job. And, just keep plugging away, okay? I'm proud of you, Evan.
Operator Tanner, Agent Pendle has an update on yesterday's case. I'll patch her through in a moment. But before I do, I wanted to let you know that from this point on, you'll talk to the agents directly. Time to cut the umbilical cord. However, as your supervisor, I'll still be in the background monitoring your activity. Oh, I almost forgot. Our cybersecurity department is looking into this unfortunate matter with Hal. You can be assured that it won't happen again.
Good morning, Operator Tanner. So you remember Ray Wells, right? So I checked out the address you gave me, but no sign of Wells. Then I get a call from Vice, and guess what? Wells was found dead in a downtown parking garage early this morning. Shot. Point blank range. Now I'm working 2 homicides, and it's my first week. Welcome to the FDI, Alexandra. Anyway, the garage has cameras, and I got some footage of Wells. That's the good news. The bad news? I don't have all the footage. Sort of weird, but part of it is missing. I don't know. Looks that way, doesn't it? I don't put much stock into conspiracies, but the timing is definitely suspicious. Anyway, think you could take a look? I'm looking for anything that's different between the first and second half of the surveillance footage. Apart from Wells ending up dead and the blood splatter on the pillar, sorry for the vivid details.
Blood splatter on the pillar? Oh, she's saying that. Between the first and second half?
We're looking for anything that's different between the two halves of the footage, Operator. Apart from what Agent Pendle said about Wells and the blood splatter. Anything that's different at all.
The lights. The lights of this car. Okay.
Look at that. Give me a sec, operator. I'm gonna check this out. Well. I just found a bullet lodged in the light's framework. I'm sending you a photo. Can you run an analysis and tell me what kind of bullet I'm looking at?
Hmm. 45 hollow point? Nah. 45 ACP?
.45 caliber? I believe that's what the military and police use. Well, that's something anyway. Thanks for your help, operator. Appreciate it. If only we had all of the footage. Anyway, I should get back to the scene. Keep digging and see if you can find anything else about our perp.
Huh.
I see that you ran the facial recognition software, and 0 matches turned up, operator. That's unusual. In fact, it shouldn't even be possible. Our FDI databases are exhaustive. I'll flag this issue for later, but go ahead and share the image with Agent Pendle.
Wait, I don't understand. How did you get this? How? The hacker? You're a funny guy, Tanner. Anyway, thanks. I'll canvass the area immediately. Maybe someone has seen our Prince Charming. I'll talk to you later. And thanks again.
Call. Fuck.
Hello, Operator Tanner. Hal told me that you'd be calling. Look, I get it. Hal can be a world-class pain. Okay, I'll try to keep this short. About a month ago, I started working on a missing persons case. A woman reported that her husband had been gone for over 48 hours. Almost right away, the case felt different. Red tape all over the place. An unusual lack of cooperation from my superiors and colleagues. Unanswered calls. Suddenly, the FDI felt like the most incompetent department in the country. After an almost endless game of phone tag, I finally managed to get an appointment with a superior. The plan was to sit down and talk about the case first thing Monday morning. That Sunday night, I'm awoken by a phone call. The woman's apartment has burned to the ground. And the woman, what's left of her anyway, has been found dead in the ashes. Well, it gets worse. So I started looking into the fire, of course. I couldn't help myself. Plus, I felt like I owed it to Mia. That was the woman's name. Mia Cole. Anyway, it wasn't long before my
Cole.
superiors found out and pressured me to stop. They told me the fire had been ruled accidental, the result of faulty wiring in our oven. They told me I was wasting my time and precious FDI resources by looking into it, and said if I continued, I'd end up pushing papers in a basement somewhere. But that fire, Operator Tanner, that fire was no accident. I can feel it. Mia was murdered. I just have to prove it. That's why I'm hoping you can help me. I'm sorry, but I can't really go into that. Not now, anyway. You just have to trust me. Go ahead and search them in the Human DB. The husband's name is Sasha. Sasha and Mia Cole. Please. Just another coincidence, right? Look, I don't know why, but someone doesn't want us looking into Sasha and Mia Cole. But we have to, Operator Tanner. It's our job. Who's going to do it if we don't? Can you help me find proof Mia's fire wasn't an accident? You'll take a look then? Oh, thank you. As far as how to access the case files, that's not really my area of expertise. But you can ask Hal.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Are you recording? Recording? Yeah. Your little baby, your little baby recording right there.
Despite being, well, a thorn in the side, you have to admit Hal gets results.
What can I tell you about that story? Shit, that shit was cracking, buddy. And niggas will win. Who? So when? You don't remember that nigga, bro? Tay Diggs. Man, hurry up, man. I was really want to give you a piece. I just got to this part. Flop. $13 grams of protein, you don't say. Nonsense. I already got to the point of like him doing they had the companion beast fight. There's only mythical creatures that are allowed to enter into it. So he had his participant in it. But that's been over. Then I got to the second one, or second challenger fight. It was just nonsense of Guardians. Guardians are these fucking dimensional beings that can fuse with humans to allow humans to break through to myth. Yeah. So the mythical creatures, you can still have your companion beast fight in it, but you can also have guardians fight in it, or essentially humans that use guardians fight in it. There's one girl from overseas was like the top challenger for the moment. Mm-hmm. It's a girl named Usagi Now. Japanese? I think so. I kind of dislike that. I wish it would have been Usagi. That would have made more sense to me. It was the way they were spelled. It was like Yusugi now. It was just the way they pronounced it to me for some reason. The main character fought her companion beast, or his companion beast fought hers, or whatever. She had Orochi. Which was so ridiculous with that match. It was dominating for like the longest amount of time around that match. And then the main character it had his Tyrant Behemoth fight against it, which is essentially like a huge Minotaur. But it was like a different kind in a sense. You could like devour mountains, which is like the legend behind it. And it's kind of factual. You can like devour like small hills, mines even. To feed this nigga and to get him to mythical, he had to like constantly feed it dimensional crystals, essence crystals in the game.
Very where like after he beats the dungeon?
Yeah, because he was like going into some, at some points like I think it had like a super huge amount of mythical monsters and creatures or whatever. So he would just like sum them all out and they could just clear a dungeon for him. So he would just do that daily, of just having them clear out areas or whatever, clear out dungeons. He would just collect shit from them that he could, anything that was useful. Also just to feed Iron Behemoth, because that shit was ridiculous. All mythical creatures show signs of hunger, so you would have to feed them either epic egg, companion eggs, or crystals, some other type of shit. Usually when raising a mythical companion piece, like usually raise it from at least some of them anyway. Some of the ones that he has, like, you know, he takes them up from mortals all the way to mythical. Only in like this time, like at this recent point that we get some things that are mythical already. It's kind of strange the way that this was, but it's still interesting in its own way. You know that like a lot of them like have their own specialities to them. But anyways, it was nonsense to where was that he talked to this one-dimensional creature, understood what guardians are. Guardians are the representatives of different dimensional creatures.
Mm.
So, you know, thousands of years ago, plenty of wars have been had on Earth, like 7 or 8 or some shit like that, between dimensional creatures that have like come down on Earth. But they've all been, you know, bound by the Earth's pull or force or whatever.
Mm.
That whole restriction or whatever, so they can't like go past mythical, or they can't go past the lowest grade of mythical. I thought like after mythical they had those grades, but this guy was saying that mythical is like the starting point for us dimensional creatures off of Earth, or whatever, on more vibrant planets and whatnot. Earth we call forbidden lands. Where it's like we go on it and then our powers are restricted. Any other dimensional place that you can go to, like your powers won't be restricted. So it's like you can have that calamity grade or terror grade. Here on Earth, we have to be restricted to a lower form of terror. So the he was like saying like how they wanted to find out the secrets of Earth, which is why we came here in general to conquer Earth. And like main character was like, but humans conquered Earth. And he's like, that's typical of what you humans think.
Mm-hmm.
You know, anybody would say that for whatever planet that they're on before somebody else comes. And isn't that the natural part of life? Someone wants to take over another country, they come over and conquer it and then claim it's theirs. But the original inhabitants will claim that it was theirs in the first place. But everybody knows that strength is the most important power, and that's the most important claim to where you are. Anyway, there are like 100 of these niggas, like 100 different dimensional creatures. They all have different factions, but they're all different races. And they sent down a representative of them to Earth to fight out a dispute or whatever, to have claim over the Earth. But essentially what this ranking battle is going to be of guardians all fighting against each other to where they eventually get that kind of claim. To have ownership of the Earth for 100 years.
Mm. No nonsense.
Well, I was telling you that mess about the taxes. I could not find these fucking W-2s earlier. It was like, period? I did find them later on, but it was like, that shit was ridiculous. Like, I was like, that's why I told you that mess. Like, I went to buy a shredder. There's like this small drawers though, like old W-2s, old checks, old a bunch of stuff. And I thought I had everything in there, but most recent W-2s are over there. Ones in the past year weren't there. Fucking and the what's the name? Settlement one. And yeah, I didn't even enter those actually. I was like, where do you enter those? Because I did enter them. They have a W-2s, and then there's the two other ones which are 1099s, miscellaneous. And I didn't know where to enter those. It didn't like pop up or whatever. I didn't say that on those are W-2s themselves, aren't they? There's 4 papers. 2 of them are W-2s. 2 of them are 1099. But it said like you file 1099s under miscellaneous, but it says it'll pop up later. I don't know if like ever got to it or if it was somewhere at the end. I'm sure you're already into the W2, so I wouldn't really worry about the other ones. That, you remember I was saying like I got up to the ending or whatever, or near the ending, that I didn't file. That's what I mean. That shit was way too tiring. I stayed up until 1 a.m. doing that. Almost 2 o'clock. And then I tried to play Papers, Please. I started it up, and I just fell asleep. In fact, well, didn't Tamari get this thing or something? Because I didn't hear Mom call or anything like that. Probably. I put his pills on the counter or the table earlier. So like I was like, oh, we'll probably go out later, so let me just put him down here now. But I didn't hear shit, and like I've been playing this for a while. Dude, nigga, when you make the coffee, that's around the time when you fucking usually cold. It was close to that time. When you texted me, it was that time. Fuck y'all, I'm on the game, man. You know what I'm saying? The truth we see. Nah, it looks like you're hacking into the Pentagon to me. Fuck is that? This shit had me laughing with that myself, because I really did love like birthday people. Still gets to that mystery in the background, but like niggas are really starting to recognize the main character off that. It was this dumb shit though, towards like the a family is part of or whatever. Like they asked them if he can like go over to this family that they were contracted with. Because the On family makes primordial gold weapons. I've seen that from before, but well, yeah, like Demon Slayer. So it's like not too many weapons can really hurt companion beasts or dimensional creatures. So they had a gold mine that essentially, like, they call it primordial gold. It's gold that absorbs essence energy. Same shit with like essence crystals. They're crystals or whatever. They're like crystallizations of essence energy in the air, or you can say like monostones, primordial like spirit stones. They have mines of those, and they've been one of the, I wouldn't say sole producers of weapons, but they've been like one of like the more famous ones. Where there's like the 6 hero families in the Federation, and they're well-known families that aren't a part of the hero families, like the Han family. So they one of their business partners, the New family, were producing some magic dust, some bean dust that they call it. That is one of the main components for this fucking like particle accelerator that they've been making. Some weapon that they've been trying to make to fight against mythical creatures. Because they wanted to make like this huge, orbital cannon essentially that could fight against dimensional creatures once when the dimensional zones barriers break. Because it was a thing building up to where those zones would eventually become free or whatever all around the world, and the dimensional barriers would break. And they wanted to have a weapon that could like fight, like essentially like take down one's bigger monsters or whatever that are like the size of the city or some shit, or at least protect the city with a big ass gun. But yeah, like one of those main components that they needed, or like a supplement ingredient they need for it, is his fiend dust. So the actual main character, he can go over and help them out because they had trouble with a breakout creature, a creature that broke away from a dimensional zone. And he was saying he was looking for one that could teleport, which is this thing. It's a Aquilin. It was for some reason it was like they're attacking different areas of the city. I can't remember what it was. I want to say like it was like they wanted the fiend dust or some shit. But it was like popping up like every so now and again, like every couple days. The main character's one of his name?
Babies.
Nah. Techniques.
Hmm.
It centered around teleportation, but to advance it, he needs to constantly teleport. At first, like when he at first practiced it, he can teleport once a day, and now he can teleport 10 times a day and do one long distance teleportation a month. You just need to set coordinates for it. But he knew to progress it that you need to constantly teleport more than at least 1,000 times, he was saying. If you wanted to get it to like the next level, which was perfected. He knew that to get to mythical stage, or for his main direction to try and get to mythical stage right now, because he doesn't want to fuse a guardian, is he wants to do it purely on his own. So he was trying to get all of his cultivation techniques to perfected body. Perfected body is like that mess of like Name Mine. To where it's like the or there's another one that did that. It's like congealed channels. You know that is?
Regale me. I want to say yes, but
So kind of like in World of Cultivation, to where there was the Yankee, to where you're building up the power in the body and whatnot. That's kind of like you would say in some of the other ones, to where it's like, oh, you're forming that ball of energy and you're dancing or whatever that's bigger than a rice grain or millet stone. Some niggas want to say that in one of these. And then you're just like strengthening that to where eventually you take something and you Zuji, and then it fills your body up with it. And then when you get to Name Mine, you have 3 jings. You know what I'm saying? That 3 jings would basically be like 3 levels or 3 stores of essence energy. And some of the other ones I remember that they did, I feel like they set that too in World of Cultivation, but where it was like when it was in Zuji, it was in like a gaseous form. And then when they were getting to Name Mine, that gas was like raining down inside of the body and forming water droplets that are eventually filling it out. And then when it got to Name Mine, it made these stores of water essentially for spiritual energy.
I want to say yeah, but
Like I'm pretty sure it did that in something else, like a few other martial arts ones. I just forget like the way that they had said it, because I remember it was like specifically like congealing channels was like the name for that. Anyways. When you're at Legendary, you get a Life Providence. It's usually made from like your own attainments and whatever martial art that you're practicing or cultivation technique. When you get to Epic, you have your Life Providence and then a Life Soul. So there's like the special ability, and then there's a special. It's like a special passive and then a special active ability. So for a nigga that practices Saber, one of his main character's friends, had his Life Soul became like a spiritual saber that he can actually grab onto, like a Daedric weapon. And then his passive was like a boosted or augmentation in his saber techniques that makes him like 25% faster and some other shit like that. The main characters, it was different because he had like 6 of them. He eventually got to 8 now, because he knows that he needs to get 2 of them to perfect the body for each stat. So it's like for speed, he has 2 that can teleport. One is a planetary one, and the other one is a short distance and long distance teleportation one.
you know one where you can set markers.
Yeah. The sky swapping and sun shifting aren't.
Sun shifting.
Yeah, he went into this dimensional zone that was literally, and it's called the Endless Sea of Stars. It was at this lake, and you can only go into it when it's nighttime. It reflects the night sky, and it makes like imitations of planets inside of it. So it's like you jump into it, and it's like you're jumping into space. But there was a stone stele inside of it that you can see when it's daytime. You can actually enter into the lake. You won't fall into like space or whatever. It'll just be a regular lake.
So it was a stone stele at the bottom that had this cultivation technique on it, and it was a star chart. But if you were able to understand it, which his shit can simulate all cultivation art. His senior brother, which is like the other disciple of Wayne Manuron, who was his teacher at the college. He had graduated from Sunset College, but his teacher had never really talked about him. That's because this nigga was a thief. He like going around stealing from people and whatnot.
The nigga that wanted to create a game?
No, not him. Nah, he wasn't just his senior at the school. He was actually one of his teacher's other disciples. Fuck was that? Because it didn't show him in the manga because he met up with him like at later points in time. Very funny the way that nigga was. Because every time he comes over, he's always trying to cheat the main character out of something. And including that fucking cultivation art, which is like, because he kept trying to like steal from the main character, and the main character wasn't allowing it. And then he had, when they were camping out in one area, this nigga had walked off by himself, like he needed to go use the bathroom, and then he was like using his cultivation, this sky stealing sun shifting art to steal the main character's companion bees off of his body.
Did he do that?
Yeah. He was literally like using his ability, and it was like, because this technique makes like a universe inside of your body. And essentially like by sacrificing one of the planets inside of it, you can trade it for companion bees. And it will literally take it off of a different person and then put it inside of yourself. But the main character has like a taboo nullification ability, which like any restriction or whatever he won't be bound by whenever he goes into dimension zone, and it helped him seal his body essentially to stop anything from coming out of it. So he felt like one of his tattoos vibrating for the companion bees, and he just changed it to where it was one of the lesser ones that he didn't really care for.
They pop up as tattoos on it? I forgot you said that.
Yeah, companion bees are tattooed onto your body essentially whenever you hatch them into your body.
I feel like that would have looked better in the manga.
It's just that mess where it's like, you can choose to make them not visible, where they'll be transparent and barely visible. That's why you don't see people walking around with hundreds of tattoos in the manga.
But you said, whoa.
This is for everybody, not just the main character.
Oh, yeah, because I thought he's the only one that had that many.
Nah, he's the only one that would choose to have that many, but it was funny for that man. He has like 4,000 of these like music note sprites that he got from I don't know who the god of music was. I feel like it was like Apollo's Dimensional Zone.
Oh, that was the what was the other one?
You know?
Apollo was known to be a god of music and sun.
What's her name?
Yeah, a god of music and debauchery. The one that drank a lot on Hades.
Oh,
Dionysus.
yeah.
The god of wine. I was thinking that's where his thing was, the god of muse or music.
I feel like it wasn't music, but I feel like it was like partying or some shit.
It was debauchery and
Celebration.
celebration.
I think that's what it was. 'Cause it wasn't like debauchery.
It was, wasn't it?
That's something that a demon would be known for, not a god.
In all equal parts, I say.
In fact, if it was debauchery, I would have said that would have been Aphrodite, considering her temptation.
Temptation, sure, maybe. A little bit.
Debauchery.
She was all about love and peace, really.
What's the name? Cause he had seen like this other guy using an organ that was a companion piece. It uses like spatial powers to affect its sound to be projected.
Oh, an organ.
Yeah. And he found that really amazing. but he wanted to find something just like it, but he couldn't. And it wasn't like he plays music anyway. But it's like, it had me laughing that when he came upon this dungeon, he got a lot of these fucking things. And there was this other dimensional creature, which is Golden Harp. It orchestrates these music notes and has them play different sounds of music.
Mm-hmm.
But I had me laughing that it was like it was resisting. Like he had this mythical dragon, and it was it got stopped dead in his tracks. Like when they started launching music at it, like the sound waves that was coming off of it was really halting it from moving and whatnot. It was really funny, but interesting to the main character, which is why he wants he just kept farming them every time he come over to this dungeon or go into the game. But yeah, that shit had me laughing for that though. That he kept tricking this nigga or whatever with that. Every time when he'd pop up, you try and do this shit, and then you just switch it for something else that you didn't care for. Fucking. I mean, I didn't forget, but the specialities for all of them is kind of crazy for that mess. It's always interesting to see in some of these ones, and I can imagine it to where a main character can learn a move from a different cultivation technique, but it's different when he's learning the whole cultivation technique. So he has the Ancient Sovereign Sutra, which is like came from like the Fire God platform and whatnot. Using that, he can like heal people with it now. It boosts his blood up and his energy and his vitality. It's kind of like second gear for Luffy. But it makes his body glow with the fire of the sun, essentially. Or not the sun, but it was there was this whole mess in like how there were 3 sages or 3 ancient sovereigns that had fought for humanity or some shit like that. Suirenshi was the ancient sovereign that had made this technique. He had fought to take fire from the gods to bring to humanity. And I guess it's Chinese mythology. But I forgot what the other 3 did, because it was just as amazing but interesting in its own way.
Like, remember when you told me about that one where they can contract with gods and nobody knew who this god was, but the main character knew?
Yeah.
I was like, I thought it'd be funny if something like that came out as an animation, whatever.
The more I read it, the more I didn't like it. I didn't like that whole shit of like, oh, what is he talking about? He doesn't make any sense. What the fuck is he talking about? Like, he got lucky with that one. That was a fluke. And every other pick he does, you know, they want to talk shit about her. Like, oh, who's it going to be this time? He probably knows who it is. It's probably going to be some great god. And they come out and start fighting. And it's like, oh, it's weak. It's a human god. It's not strong enough. If it was a demon or an animal god, it would have been a lot more stronger than that. Is that like the second one that he picked was oh no, I think that was the first one actually. The first one that he said that he had contracted with was Pengu, which is like the creation of all shit in Chinese mythology. He had like a 2% match with it or some shit, and he couldn't really get like all the abilities of it. And the second one was that god or whatever he chose. It was a human god. And they're like, oh, it's just a human god. But it was like one of the demons that followed around the monk in the Journey to the West. So where there was a pig demon that used a hoe as a weapon. And this was that guy. But he had a human form. They all did. And so I was like laughing at that mess. I really love that. Like, it's so interesting to see, but it's so stupid though, because these niggas are just looking down on it. Like, oh, it's not as good as just a pig. Or when he was losing and whatnot, but it was like the fights are heavily dependent on their faith. The main character knew about them and knew of their tales and knew of their legends and whatnot. So it's what allowed him to contract with them. But it was when he started like rattling off like all their accomplishments and like people started believing in them that they started gaining power during the battles. And I really liked that, but I fucking hated that too. It was like it was like 5 chapters that I had read. That's all that was out at the time. I haven't seen the updates yet. I don't know if it's still ongoing. But it's like, yeah, like every time when it got to a match, like they started losing, and the main character had to convince them. And so it's like it was pissing me off with that. Fucking yeah, I was laughing at this one, so like saying the whole shit, like it's so good. Seeing different parts of mythology from this mess and like some of these different shits. But then it's like when you see like how the main character like got to where he is and like all the shit that the Shingo is doing, allowing also like getting like more in his cultivation and whatnot, and like how he got to it was really funny and interesting. It was like the shit of I don't think he actually talked to his friends like about that, about how many cultivation techniques he cultivates. Because one dude that noticed that he cultivates 2 different life souls, so he noticed that he had 2 different ones. Mm-hmm. And he was saying like how dangerous that was. Like not to take them up above epic or above the first stage of epic or some shit like that. Because there have been plenty of people that tried, but they all died tragic deaths. Because the powers fought against each other in themselves. Some people either ended up in an asylum because one power was trying to fight the other mentally, and it was just like haunting them, or some people would either explode from the 2 different pathways or whatever, clogging each other, or some deviation shit. Some people would be crippled. Nonsense. It was like, yeah, this nigga never really told people that he was practicing 8. It was like.
Then I was reading one, watching a manga recap for one that was like, I thought it was a summon slaughter. Because the main character had learned from his grandfather martial arts. And then when he gets teleported summoned to another world, he was listening to how the magician was talking to the knight saying, get ready to put the binding curse on him.
Yeah, that bullshit. I told you what that before.
Is it the same one?
Nah.
Oh, that's what I mean.
What was the name of?
Because I was laughing off of that. I was like, why they got it in a blue hue? That's actually kind of cool. It reminded me of like playing like old Pokemon or something like that.
What's Restoria?
There's another one too. Well, I did remember this one, but I didn't remember it being in color. Where the main character's on his 17th birthday, they do the awakening, and his was he can communicate with animals. It was weird to where like I couldn't tell if like things he was saying was actually like, yeah, I think it was because of the recapper. It was like it wasn't just animals at first. It was shown like it was just animals at first, but it was actually other people too. You can read their minds. Do you have his black cat with him at first?
Oh, that's what? Estellen?
Probably.
Wait, before you taste it, I'll smell it.
Jesus Christ. These are like pork rinds.
Yeah, it's just chicken. That's it.
It smells the same.
Oh. It kind of annoys me that it's like it smells like old grease though.
Old grease.
It'd probably be good actually with like a ideal.
That's exactly like right.
I wouldn't say that. Pork rinds are more puffed up, you know what I'm saying? They more puffed up. This shit is legit just fried.
So what you're saying is They fry a bunch of chicken and took the skin off and they made chips out of it. What they do with the chicken?
Shit, nigga, haven't you heard of bird flu? I mean, just get rid of them shits. Fucking caca, you know what I'm saying? Just chop the head off. That's what they do with fish too.
Yeah, you can take this back.
Oh wait, product placement. What is that? I forget I keep forgetting the name for that. 'Cause that was also one of those ones I just played. It reminds me of something else, which I can say about everything, but I want to say it's called Astoria or something like that. It was like the name of the main character's name. Or the name of the manga is the main character's name. I was really fucking with it in some parts. It was just that kind of nonsense where it's like, why do you have to have it so bleak? Like, you know, this makes it seem like, imagine a low-grade version of To Your Eternity.
Mm-hmm.
So this nigga is human. Oh, well, no. Are you watching the manga recap for that?
Yeah, it was up to like a little while.
Yeah, well, you'll see. That shit was goofy. I really like the idea of like how that mess was. About our reminds of everything. Monsters, humans, big animals. That cat that he has with him is also a monster.
Mm.
That shit was cool. Him having that one friend was stupid. But like again, you could just leave. You could leave at any point in time. It's like this nigga had no thought. And eventually he did in the beginning or whatever. Or at the beginning of the story. It was just like up until his 17th birthday and all that. And I like all the shit that he was doing like afterwards, someone of him like traveling around and like getting a job through an adventurous guild. And meeting some different people, becoming friends with people.
I kind of was half and half on that mess. So like when it got up to this part where this count I wanted him to become his entourage, his worker, whatever, and was threatening him, all that nonsense. And then his guards that came in, main character used his ability to like make them kill each other or whatever.
Yeah.
I'm like, where does this come from? And never said he could do that.
He never tried.
But besides that, like, he has no power. It shows like he has no power, or I mean,
But
you
he's
never
not
seen him
like
do
that.
that. So yeah. But I'm like, yeah, and he's like talking down to these niggas. Why should I leave? Why should I do that? You're the one that started all this. Never mind. I'm like, that's half and half off of that mess. Like, you never seen this nigga train, but like you never seen him like use anything other than his ability, like punch somebody or whatever. So I'm like, you know, I don't know if I vibe with that.
And,
Like, can I get these aren't his summons, but could I have him like get like not like one ability from them, but like, you know, like if he contracted with them, he has like some of their strength or whatever.
it would be cool if it was that. It's just that he's not contracted with them now.
No, that's what I mean.
Yeah. I kind of did wish that it was that now, because it would have been better if it was that than what it later became. But it was just so stupid that it's like at the beginning, like I love that because it was just that whole bullshit of you were just in a small shitty little town. Whereas like they ostracize you for your abilities, and it's not necessarily common, but it's more sought after in other places.
Mm.
Of people with abilities and whatnot. It's like a person growing up with a lot of mana overnight, and it's like people are like shunning him and saying like, oh, he has black hair and black eyes, and it's like you go to somewhere else and that's like, oh, that's not an ability. There's a lot of bullshit like that.
I was trying to remember that the one where he could summon. Yeah, I think he was. Yeah, he was a summoner, and all of his summons were phantasm spirits or magic beasts.
The Japanese one?
Yeah.
Hmm.
I thought that this was crazy, but at the same time, like, dumb. Just because I like when he goes to the other country, and joins their adventurers guild, and it's like he like became like top nigga or whatever over there.
I don't like the concept of that though. Because it would have been fine if it was somebody else I could see them.
Yeah.
But it's like the idea of like that there's this mythical race or whatever that I've never heard of in any other fantasy setting.
Hmm.
You know, it would have been because it would have made sense to me if it was like fairies. Because you know, fairies have been like a thing in other ones where it's like elves can see them like these.
I was trying to. I mean, they were phantasm level, but not like race of phantasm creatures.
I thought that's what they called them.
Yeah, but like noble phantasms, it was just a higher form of spirit, the highest form of spirits. Cause I was like trying to think like, one was a vampire, one was a other thing, blah 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 blah. I think so. At least.
Yeah, because one was a dragon, one was a femur, one was a
Yeah.
That's all I was like. That's all I was like saying. Like, yeah, kind of bullshit is this? Like, I've seen plenty of dragons, and most of these niggas can't see dragons now.
And this is it's just like high school DxD, like anything would become a demon or one of those types of things.
That kind of would make sense to me too if they just said that, but it's like phantasm, you know. Like I was like, that's what throws me off.
Yeah.
Like you know, when I read Oreo the Dragon Chain, I was like, why can't they? Or how is Tiamat a spirit? Like this doesn't make any sense.
That too. I don't like fictions or what do you call it? When an author put this in their story and it's like it's entirely different from like the ones we heard in other stories.
Yeah, this iteration.
Yeah.
Yeah, the depiction would kind of match for that too.
Freaking. Because who's the draconian god? I kept confusing Tiamat with that one.
It's Tiamat and Bahamut are both like dragon gods. So
yeah, but Tiamat was a female. That's why I was like,
oh yeah.
I was like, who's Tiamat? Wait, Tiamat ain't that the dragon god? And I'm like, oh yeah, Bahamut. I mean, but it could be either way in other stories. Yeah, but I was just thinking that in that kind of way. Fucking, why can't he have Bahamut? Why can't it be the good version of that species, a dragon or whatever? Yeah. Why'd it have to be the bad one that could maybe potentially break out of him or whatever later on?
I mean, well, this, you know, I kind of did like it because that is like the conflict that you would want to see in some of these things. It is part of what pushes the main character forward to do some shit, you know what I mean?
He was already going through bullshit already, so why do I want to see this? I would have rather have been, he killed a dying dragon, or...
Nah, but it's like, it was part of the basis for his strength or whatever, why his restrictions were getting lifted too, then.
Yeah, but that's circumstance. He ended up in the place where she was sealed, fought her alongside his master, and then became a dragon slayer.
But she wasn't sealed there though, right?
Yeah, deep in that forest. He didn't mean to come over there. He couldn't even see it, the seal. He just ended up there by accident.
Nah, because I thought it was like she was like sealed in like a spirit world in general, like not just there, but like the opening of it opens in different places.
Yeah, I don't know. Oh, I don't know about that.
Cause that's what I thought it was. Cause wasn't it like his master had never encountered Tiamat at all?
She knew that Tiamat was sealed. She didn't know where. She didn't even know it would be in this forest. And that's the type of thing. But I mean, like, yeah. He ends up going into that deep part of the forest and then accidentally crosses into that world from that seal that was there.
Yeah.
But I'm like, yeah, like why couldn't it be? Or can it just be like, oh, like this dragon was already there, and like it gave the main character power because it's seen its ability or whatever.
That's not sexy enough. He's the main character. It has to be demon god or mythical Fenrir god, some shit.
But this nigga ain't no Iki. What is his last name? For the god name?
That would have been cool.
That's what I mean. Like he didn't rise from the adversity. He was stifled by it, which is that fucking annoying.
It was assassin. What I'm saying is that every nigga needs to struggle. He's already struggling with a bad breakup. We need him to struggle even more.
But what I'm saying, Arthur, he didn't need that. You already gave him one struggle. Why'd you give him another? Like that's what I'm saying.
This is compelling. This is provocative.
No one asked for that. No one. Now you're just like the rest. Now I gotta give you up too. Let somebody else adopt your ass.
Yeah, because I was just like thinking that Mr. I mean, you can't really just have it like be something as basic as just a regular dragon or whatnot. And it's like he was the first person to slay Tiamat or whatever.
Yeah, it's like her, but yeah. I'm like, but still, when you get all these different things in these ones, and I just found that crazy because like his master being from the Eastern Islands, Eastern continent. You get niggas from the north. This vampire coming over to take an artifact back from that rich girl's family, which can take souls.
Yeah.
I forget what it was actually for, because it was not a lantern. It was a
soul lantern. You like strengthen souls.
Was it? Oh yeah, it exchanges souls for power. Like whoever owned it, like they could take their enemy's souls and enhance their own power. I was like, yeah, like why is it already in the little sister's soul?
She was gonna die. She's gonna die in childbirth. Her mother has sacrificed her soul to strengthen hers.
Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. And it already bonded with her soul though.
They borrowed it from that vampire's master. I don't know if it was specifically for that, but
they had it in their family since when the war had happened. Fucking what was that? 100 years ago? And then yeah, the mother used it during her birth, yeah. I was like, they already had it in the family treasury. It was just like it had a set time during that contract though. And that's why that guy came to get it. Fucking I mean, like, I do just, like, I don't mind, like, seeing those circumstances sometimes, but it's just, like, when it happens all the time in one story.
Like, what are you expecting? You want it to be like fucking, how you were just telling me with the Quincy King, fucking Eisen talking about some, oh, you know, I foretold your birth, foretold your power, and all this other bullshit, and all this shit happening to Ichigo, happening to be a fucking, what's the name? Hollow.
Man, what story is that? Did I tell you I dropped that shit? Damn.
But
you bringing that shit up?
Watching it the other day, it's an anime, what you mean? Big three.
That was because that nigga Grimjow came back. We thought that nigga was dead, kind of.
It's like you were cool with that shit when it was the Naito Fox, but you wasn't saying shit when it was Naruto, huh? He was like, yeah, that was alright, that was cool. I like that. QB, Jinchuriki. You was all fucking with that, huh?
Bro, what are we talking about here?
But now it's a Tiamat. A Tiamat. And it ain't even like the Tiamats that we've seen and everything else, or wherever we've seen it. But it's like the idea of it, the audacity. Because I didn't even, I wouldn't think of him as too much of necessarily saying like, looking at the main character like, why me? Why, Lord?
Bro, but I mean that though. Fucking Tiamat, like literally just started like killing off her own dragon race, the elves, the dwarves. I'm like, for what? She got bored of nobody being able to fight her. That wasn't even it, actually.
I don't remember specifically what it was. I remember some little details and shit out of the story. I don't remember what it turned her into that shit. It's probably the damn demons. But
I'm like, this ain't Ragnar Crimson, bro.
fuck a Ragnar Crimson. That was the one media outlet with dragons in it recently, and it's shitty to me. I can't stand dragons. Ragnar Crimson.
Yeah, anime wise, but like, you know, like all of the other ones.
Cause yeah, I'd rather have a fucking Dragon Academy and fucking what's the other shit? Well, I wouldn't really want a fucking Dragon Mech anime. That was retarded. But what was that shit where that nigga, him and his sister were like, they were like survivors from like some rebellion to like the royal family or some shit. So they were like using like drag riders.
Drag Riders, yeah. I forget. Yeah, I wanted to say that was the name, but it's not the name.
I don't remember the name. It was shitty to me. I didn't like it. So it could fade into fucking obscurity for all I can.
I thought it was kind of cool. I mean, I was half off that just because, you know, the same as Infinite Stratus. It was kind of like they made the mechs CGI'd a little bit, right?
Yeah, I mean, I could expect that for all things. I just been like full dragon input to the mix for that one.
Oh yeah.
It's like watching like Kamen Rider, and then it's like all the shit is like going after bugs or some shit in one, and then the other one is like that for.
But if it looked like War on Gemini, she would have been fine, yeah.
Yeah, but they're not based off of like mythical creatures or some shit like that. I'm not thinking of like I would like thought of like the fucking wyverns in that one manga of just having thousands of wyverns attacking you, and it's the one CGI model. It's like, or what was that? Cause what we said that about other things before, to where it's like, what was it that they were fighting? That Bella killed in Danmachi? Was it a Goliath? Or was it
Oh, I was saying that. I didn't remember. It was either a behemoth or a Goliath. One of the two.
It was like that type of shit. Is one thing. The Minotaur was crazy when we had seen that, and I was like, that's not what I would. I wouldn't object that to being a Minotaur. I was kind of laughing, like thinking that, like fucking I used to be a boss. How that nigga was Baphomet. And then it's like he's Baphomet 169 or some shit. It's like one of the Baphomets in this dungeon. It's something else I want to like relate that to where it's like you see one and there's supposed to be like multiple ones. Or there shouldn't be multiple versions of this one thing. Like in that same sense of like, not like the Undead Adventurer one where he's like that's not a dragon. What is that?
Oh yeah, but yeah, I mean that was like, besides what the other,
Did you accept that for I think one of those Chinese ones too? Like where are all these bullshit demon beasts that are attacking him and whatnot? They just look stupid.
Oh, and most of the Chinese animation ones, because I don't know like a bunch of Chinese beasts.
Yeah, I don't know any like demonic beasts or whatnot. It's just like that kind of like you're just tainting the shit that I usually see to try and change its shape.
But I mean, yeah, I just mean like with some of those, because their shape will look weird.
Yeah.
Or it might be a tiger that can, what's it called, veil itself in fire or whatever. And it's like later on when the main character like helped it like evolve, it grew wings. Yeah, that's one thing, but it's like the shape, its build. to where like it looked like a kid's drawing type stuff, but they're moving it with CGI.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just shit like that. Like besides that, it looked fine later on, but
Or slimes. That's one of the things I dislike in a lot of these shits.
Mm.
Like when they changed like the form of slimes. Like I didn't really like it in Man Picked Up by the Gods. Like how it was like, what was that shit? It was like a little. It was the blob form, and then there was like in the middle was like a little like rotating cylinder.
I couldn't tell if it was its core or if it was just like another blob that was its face that they were trying to make.
Yeah. And it's like they did that in other shits, and it's like the ones in. What's it?
I mean, but Man Picked Up by the Guys, they all look like bowling balls.
Yes, yeah.
Squishy bowling balls.
It's like you got Ramiro or whatever, and that's like a regular slime to me. But it's like, man, then when you got like other ones that look like that fucking, those like, what are they called off of like Final Fantasy? Those like ones that fly around with a little like orb above their heads.
You know, Final Fantasy VII?
Yeah, Final Fantasy or Kingdom Hearts.
Because I'm like in
It's not just in 7, it's in multiple like.
I'm like in the one with what's the name? Noctis. They look fine. I mean, they look like what's the Pokemon? They look like
No, not the slimes. I'm
Oh.
talking about the those other things. That's like people will use as like, I wouldn't use, I would say it. They almost look like familiars, you would say.
a flu.
Yeah. I forget what I'm thinking of. They're like Cleons or some other shit like that. Or, monies. I don't like the actual like currency in Kingdom Hearts, but it's like I forget.
In Kingdom Hearts.
They had them in Kingdom Hearts too. Like it was like somebody else like walking around with one. I don't remember if it was like in a specific place. It just like came to mind when I was thinking of that. Like if somebody said like that was a slime, then I'd kind of be pissed off with that.
Mm.
But it's like, you know, we've seen like multiple things, like some monsters that don't look the same as some other thing. Or it's like it's weird if like they were to say like a Fenrir is best known for its fire abilities.
I mean, but it have to depend. If it was something outlandish like that, like oh, this is a different type of Fenrir. It usually lives in the desert.
Yes, like what do you mean? Like shit like that. That's what would piss me off. I'm trying to like think like what is something else that's like that like constantly complain about, saying like how well I guess okay fine.
I only point that out when it's so obvious because it was like we were looking at one where it was like what would be a better example of that? The Castlevania.
Mm.
Like to where we're looking at that and they're over here like medieval times and then you see an Eastern style dragon.
Yeah.
And I only say that just because of that, like when it's noticeable in that way to where like we're like, oh, okay, they called it a worm, but this is the Eastern depiction of a dragon, right? A wong.
I mean they have worms. Worms are also in the dragon family.
Yeah, but they have that certain look. The fucking like a long won't have wings.
Mm.
I think worms do. I just forget like how, when we see that and like they just like have that different like style. I think worm is like it's just like with the Norse word for dragons or something like that.
I don't know. The Fafnir wasn't. It was never depicted like that. I mean, like the. They never said Fafnir was a worm. Is what I'm saying.
Mm.
It's like if you were to say like worm, like if we were talking about like a worm from Norse mythology, I would imagine maybe fucking Jormungandr.
Mm.
But even then, it's like he's known as a serpent, like like the wool devouring serpent, not dragon. That's why I'm like thinking like I don't know if worms like I'm in horse, but it's just like I can imagine it being like that kind of shit, like how they'd say like a worm is like a in the dragon family and it has arms, it doesn't have legs, it's just a tail.
Yeah.
Yeah, like shit like that.
Wyverns are described like not having wings on their back, but like their wings are their arms.
Or fucking drakes, in the same sense.
Drakes would be like land dragons, like they have no wings. Or so, and some they do have wings.
That's what I'll be like thinking, like, yeah, like, well, what would you say is this? What would you say is that?
Yeah.
Like, I can see a wyvern looking exactly like a dragon, or maybe they have like a different kind of head shape with horns, and they have wings too. And most of them I've seen. And then it's like, you know, drakes are like the fucking land dragons, where it'd be rare for them to have wings or something like that.
But if they were like the fucking like 2-story, like ones that would be like attacking a whole kingdom, and like people would see them like, you can't tell me that's a wyvern.
Yeah.
If it was like, yeah, a case like that, but yeah. Fucking. But like it's too many. It gets too many of those stories where the mess happens, because like, yeah, Ragnar Crimson, all dragons are the enemies. It's just dragons that are the enemies. That's why that's annoying. But what do you want those other ones?
It'll be like me just sitting here saying, like, you know, where's the Dova key? But
I was talking about. Standard Reincarnation. I was reading the second season. You weren't, right?
I shake my head.
When this dragon came into play, like I was saying, how it was watching over this inheritance.
Yeah.
The way it looked, I kind of like the way it looked. But I hate like when we're once again like saying like, where's the noble dragon race? Why is this thing just killing everybody or whatever? Or if they've lived for like 1,000 years and like have intelligence, but they're still on this destroyer bullshit. I mean, this one wasn't necessarily in that case, but like they were watching over this inheritance, and even though the main character's dad is of the bloodline, he isn't the bearer of the inheritance. It's supposed to be the main character, dad, or what's his name? He's supposed to appear as his name. What's his name here right now? The body he reincarnated in. In a minute. Yeah.
Does it start with an A?
No, it starts with a V.
Vincent?
Vinci. Yeah.
I was trying to think, was that from another story? I didn't want to say it because I thought I was wrong.
That shit though. Cause like when he was like, there was another one where it was the same thing. He had to get this inheritance or whatever. He was in this cave being attacked by these shadow people.
Yeah, bullshit. I saw that.
Yeah.
I think I walked in here and you were reading it.
But it was like, yeah, he's saying how he is the one that knows the truth, but he was still calling himself Vincent, and he was using the Adinka style swordsmanship. And then he said, my name is Davin Samian, and he started using the Samian family swordsmanship. And then they recognized him as the successor or whatever. But it was like, yeah, like, way back in time before he was born, when they met when the Vincent's mother and the patriarch, his dad, and one of the other people is his stepmother, found this dragon in this cave. It was talking about the inheritance, and it was gonna kill them all. Even though his father was actually a part of the Adinka line, he wasn't the main character. So I was just mad off of that, but then like, yeah, his mother had spoke up or whatever. It had noticed something in her, and like decided to spare her, spare the rest of them for that mess too. And yeah, now like the main character needed this fucking heavenly fruit, and he had to find out this whole part of this story. I was tripping off of that because it's like, yeah, like what are we talking about? Where like you got these niggas acting like enemies, but like at the same time, like they're supposed to be, you know,
Helping the family.
yeah.
I can imagine that if they didn't want niggas to know about the inheritance or whatever. But it's like, I wouldn't really get that if like they were to just say that. Be like, oh, we gotta erase all evidence and niggas I know about.
Cause I'm like, it didn't have to. Nobody can even get past that fucking barrier. It's behind a waterfall, but it protects it. It protects this inheritance thing, this heavenly fruit, and you can't even get in there unless it lets you. So I was like, why the fuck did it let him pass this barrier? It seemed something interesting, but it's like, oh, you're not the person, so you know I'm just gonna kill you guys, all of you. When parts of the stories go like this, it makes me mad because it didn't have to happen.
Yeah.
I'm like when I'm talking about didn't have to happen, I mean like fucking Legend of Legendary Heroes. Nigga lost all control of himself, started killing everybody. Or no, what was his face? The nigga that was going around eating people.
Oh, Tyr?
And it's like, for what? And then it's like, did he lose control of his? When he got injured? When one of those things actually injured him?
It's hard to say with him. I can never tell if he actually lost control, actually. It seemed like he was always in control of his shit.
I was just thinking that shit, like how, it's like, for what reason are we seeing this in the story right now? I didn't even mind the gore. I don't know, I'm one of those people that shy away from shit like that, but I'm like, it's needless, it's pointless.
Because they all had different ways of using that shit, and that was just his way. His shit was like he magically powered his body with that, so absorbing the energy to make his body physically strong.
Yeah.
But it was like he embraced that impulsive, murderous desire, or whatever, his alpha statement, which is the reason why he never really seemed like he lost control. He was always kind of crazy in general.
Like, same as Overlord. Like, I was like I'm like watching this, and I'm like, yo, this thing's experimenting on live patients, live people, whatever. They get captured, fucking adventures, it just experiments on them. To find out something that he probably already knew as a player. Before what reason?
That shit was really like that man's story. It was past that point of us like saying like, oh, he's just living out the evil route.
Yeah.
It was like 4 niggas that actually like that shit. Like you can separate people of like the people that like that or the people that don't go for any kind of righteous playthings. Maybe it's not just to meet that fucking.
I seen this lady's short. She was playing Fallout New Vegas. Or Fallout 3. And somebody in the chat told her to look at her karma. So she's like, I've never looked at that. Where do you go to look at that? She goes into the Pit Boy and like looks at her stats and like sees the karma, and it's like her little character is a devil, and it says like, yeah, like I think it said devil. And it's like, what does that mean? Is that bad? Can we go back and change this? I was dying off of that because I'm like, I think it says she killed like 217 people. You know, like it gets that list.
Yeah, because what I think about that is like, maybe she made some options and she never actually reloaded the saves when experimenting with it, or maybe she's just that type of person that likes doing shit like that in those games.
I'm like, people don't even really pay attention to stuff like that, because if they like get that weird gamer's impulse of like, oh yeah, you know what? I really wanted that gun, so I'm just gonna kill you and take it.
Yeah.
I'm like, it seems like she might have been doing that for a minute.
I'll be thinking about that. It's like, you know, that whole nonsense. Like, some people, like when we be thinking that nonsense when we play Skyrim or Mass Effect, and we'd be like, I could kill you for less. And it would get to those points where I would just kind of want to choose the fucking renegade option just because I want to try and headbutt this person or some shit. It's like these niggas, like, they just be talking like they're superior or some nonsense like that. The superior alien race as opposed to humans. And it's like you would want to choose Renegade for that, but for anybody else, like you just be regular. Because like just not caring about any of them mess or like how that would affect the other people and all that shit. I can imagine like people just doing like random shit like that. And
I mess up. Fucking. That's kind of why I wanted to get back to playing like something like Cyberpunk or whatever, because it actually has that way. I think where LMS like you can kill those like important people and it just cuts off those quests that you would have had with them or whatever.
Nah, man, I just kept thinking that shit though. Like, how funny would that be? Like somebody, like somebody pointing out like that kind of thing too. Like what is that? Fucking, something that did that too.
Well, I find that one again. Like I was telling you about it before too. Where it was like it was these big ass Highland orcs that is what I thought they were. They were goblins though. They looked like Oni actually. They had horns. They were like these large ass muscular green niggas, and I was like, these aren't orcs. They said goblins for real.
Yeah, like that shit too. That's like those horned horrors off of that one.
There's an order if like you just started off and you're going into dungeons. That's an order everybody knows. Slime's level 1, Kobold's level 3, Goblin's level 5. What are you talking about with this?
It's like that kind of nonsense stuff. Like drop down to the lowest levels of Orcus' dungeon and you get bullshit like that. Fucking rabbits that move at light speed and bears that really can't be stopped.
I mean, with that, I forgot he was on a lower floor, not just that.
Yeah, not just that. It was like
that this just whole dungeon had like a bunch of monsters like this.
So it was already ridiculous to where it was. He was at like 72 or some shit, and it was like they were on 103 floors, I think, that dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
He jumped pretty deep, but it was like maybe 50s or 60s or something like that. I kind of want to watch that mess again just for that part and then cut it off after the rest.
The anime?
Yeah, because I kept seeing like season 3 was out recently.
Oh yeah. Nah.
And I would always keep seeing like the mess pop up. But there was a short that popped up saying like the edgiest anime ever. And it pissed me off because I would still think Redo Healer meets everything for that. It's worst anime, it's edgiest anime, it's the most, detestable anime or whatever the hell, all those goofy ass titles. It's like, I wouldn't say Ari Furueta is like the most edgiest anime.
You're just talking about the character.
I mean, you said anime, so it's just. I mean, because, it would be the character, because it's just that nonsense, but it's like, I feel like they do that type of shit too, to where they really play it up, Like, anytime he uses his guns, it's metal music. Every situation he has, like, the kind of punctuation to any of his lines, or he's, like, usually talking in, like, a deep voice when he's saying some shit. So I kind of want to go in tonight and then call off tomorrow.
Yeah, it was hard.
I just feel like it. Shit.
This user manual for the ChemScan LCA chemical analyzer provides guidance on proper use and operation, but does not replace proper training and handling chemicals. How to use. Open the sample in the dedicated ChemScan LCA software. Sample. Input the appropriate settings for a sample using formulas found thereafter. Start the analysis process. Note that this may take some time. Once the analysis is complete, open the CSLCA data report. Input the results from the ChemScan LCA. Okay, so open sample in dedicated LCA software. Input the appropriate settings for using sample using formulas found thereafter. Start the analysis process. Once the analysis is complete, open the report application. Input the results from the ChemScan LCA analysis and initiate the calculation. I can remember this. highest to lowest intensity spike. There must be between 1 and 5 spikes. 1 and 5 spikes that are higher than the threshold. Input the results from the ChemScan LCA analysis and initiate calculation. Um, I think so. .26, 2.45, 1.3, 10.58. Wood and gasoline. choose. Hmm. Hmm. Okay.
I knew it. Faulty wiring my... You know what? This was no accident. Someone started this fire and killed Mia. But why? I can't talk about that, operator. Not now. When the time is right, Hal will let you know. I'm sure. But what we're doing here, it's important. You see that, right? It matters to me. I grew to know her. Mia, I mean. With our line of work, you try not to get emotionally involved. That's what they teach you at the academy anyway. Almost from the start. And usually, I can turn the switch off. I learned to do that. Feel nothing. But with Mia, I just never could. She wanted to be a singer, she told me. That was her dream. And
Oh.
I'm not exactly an expert, but she did have a good voice. Are you still there?
Bro.
Oh, anyway, thanks, operator. Because of you, I finally have proof. Knowing Hal, well, as much as someone can know Hal, I have a feeling this won't be the last time you and me work together.
Operator Tanner, can I have a word? I see that you've been looking into the database entries for Mia and Sasha Cole. You want to tell me why? I see. I should have guessed Hal might be involved. This lowlife has been making our lives very difficult lately here at the department. But we're working with our cybersecurity team. We'll catch Hal soon enough. In the meantime, and this is very important, if you hear anything else about the Coles, you come to me right away. Understood? I'll talk to you later.
So who the hell am I talking to this time? Good. You haven't been fired. I was afraid I'd have to explain this goddamn case all over again. I went back to where Connie said she took the photo in the desert. You remember, right? Where she said this, flying saucer supposedly landed. I didn't find a flying saucer or any aliens breathing their last wheezy breaths or anything like that. But I did find something else. You could say that. You could definitely say that. I found stones. A bunch of stones lying there on the surface of the sand. I'm no geologist, but they look funny to me. Like they'd been moved. Put there for a reason, you know? So, I call it in. Because I'm sure as hell not gonna dig myself down. Not in this suit. A team arrives an hour later, and they start digging. Sure enough, under one of the stones, they find a body. Advanced state of decomp. They dig under another stone. And lo and behold, this time they find an entire skeleton. Turns out, we're standing on some sort of desert graveyard. Hard to say, but I counted more than 100 stones. If they're all grave markers, well, I'll let you do the math. Yeah, messed up, right? And judging by the size of the skeleton, it belonged to someone young, Tanner. Real young. Look, I won't beat around the bush. The medical examiner has finished a preliminary report on the skeleton, and they found what they believe is a photo of the victim in the sand, buried there by the bones. Never seen that before. Any chance you can take a look at all this and get me an ID, Tanner? Let me send you the files. Well, it's taken a while. Hard to access the satellite out here in Roswell. Dryfield. Okay. Looks like it went through. About goddamn time.
The skeleton appears to be female, estimated at 9 years of age. Starting the examination now. Initial observations show well-preserved and intact bones. No visible signs of trauma or damage. The subject is missing her left incisor. The rest of the dentition looks good. No decay or disease is present. Moving on. Here's something interesting. One of the metacarpal bones on her left hand, the metacarpal 3, has a slight curvature. You don't see that a lot. So, to summarize, the subject appears to have been a female, approximately 9 years of age, with a missing left incisor tooth and a slight curvature in the metacarpal 3 in her left hand. Based on the level of decomposition, the body appears to have been buried for approximately 6 to 8 months. Further testing and analysis is needed to determine the cause of death.
Henry Jenkins. Okay. The hell?
How did you find this, Tanner? Just when you think this case can't get any weirder, that's exactly what it does. But I need concrete proof it's her. Got anything else in your bag of tricks? I'll be damned. 9 years old, Tanner. Breaks your goddamn heart. What the hell is going on out here? And what's a connection to Connie? Okay, the examiner has just finished processing the second body I was telling you about. The one in the advanced state of decay. Let's see here. Adult male, early 60s. Ah, they got an ID on him. Quentin Spence. Want to see if that name is on your magical list too? So there's definitely a link. I see some of the names have been crossed out. Can you figure out what that business means? Looks to be about 100 names like that. That number matches the stones. God damn. And if I was a gambling man, I'd say the circled persons are still alive. Like our Connie. There's something else about Spence, Tanner. They found him buried in a lab coat. With some, you're never gonna guess. Floppy disk sewn into one of the pockets. Remember what I said about this case getting weirder and weirder? I'm sending everything your way. There you go. Now the second disk's password protected. Open that second floppy disk and give me an address tied to Spence. Something I can look into. I'm getting a little restless with you doing all the work. The operator program. Oh.
Upon my arrival at the biome facility, I was warmly greeted by Dr. Jenkins himself. How fortunate I am to work with such a passionate and talented scientist, even if in a subsidiary role. During our meeting, Dr. Jenkins explained that I would be heading up a trial involving FMP 1138, a key component of his research project. Although he did not disclose much, I have the impression that the project is shrouded in secrecy. It appears to be of great importance. The trials, which are scheduled to commence in a few days, once I am well versed with the subjects and the procedures are in place, Dr. Isles, the facility director, informs me our work has the potential to significantly enhance the well-being of the patients who have been selected specifically for our research. The entire facility itself has been constructed for this purpose alone. Although I am unaware of the project's source of funding, there appears to be no shortage of resources. I am truly optimistic our research will make a profound difference and push the boundaries of scientific knowledge. The AMPA receptor is a crucial component of excitatory synaptic transmission and plasticity in the brain. The password? Mm. I don't know if that's what it meant. I didn't read this part. ILES? No. Yeah, IELTS. The results demonstrate that FMP 1138 significantly increased the frequency and amplitudes of EPSCs, indicating an enhancement of synaptic transmission. Which one? Edge. Yeah. The graph displays the results of a study investigating the effects of FMP 1138 on synaptic connectivity in vitro. The study aimed to explore whether FMP 1138 could enhance synaptic transmission and promote the formation of new synapses. The graph shows the mean frequency and amplitude of excitatory postsynaptic currents in cultured neurons under control conditions and after treatment with FMP 1138. Dr. Isles and the result. I will use the Indian.
The symbols and file names written on the second floppy disk look to be there for a reason, Tanner. I suggest checking those 2 files for clues about the password, focusing on the symbols. Maybe keep those 2 files open and see if you can do something with them.
Oh. Type in both. That is crazy. Space. If you have found me, then I am assuming you have found the others too. Every person buried here in the sand is a Project Eve test subject. Eve was led by Dr. Jenkins. I am not trying to shift blame onto him. I bear my share of responsibility in this matter. While our intentions were noble, at least in the beginning, I now see that we went too far. I am ready and willing to face whatever punishment awaits me in the next world. You have found this document, but perhaps the contents of my lab coat pocket remain undiscovered. Perhaps they can knock back the password necessary to open the floppy disk. Maybe they assume the floppy disk contained only my research papers. Regardless, what truly matters right now is you. Wait, what do I choose? My next step?
I'll let it go to your operator head, but that was actually somewhat impressive, Tanner. The address you sent, it's not far from here. I'll check it out first thing in the morning. Tonight, I think I'll help the team exhume the rest of these bodies. Screw the suit. God help us, Tanner. God help every single one of us.
So you took this little girl too, though?
Look, you need to do something about it. Poking around, asking too many questions. He's going to expose us all if you don't rein him in. Yes, his shift is over. Yes. All right. Yeah, fine. We'll talk later. Bye.
thing, Evan. Look, about yesterday, this business with the coal files. Sorry if I came down on you a little hard, buddy. It's just that I know you have what it takes to rise in this place, Evan. Become a supervisor. Hell, maybe even replace me one day. But I can't protect you if you start poking around in the wrong places. Okay? Thanks. Guess the FDI has got me wound a little tight these days. Well, I better get back to it. You have a good one. All right? Again, I can't tell you how happy I am to have you here at the operator program, Evan. That way, I can keep a close eye on you, can't I? We're close to finding Hal. Real close. You won't ever have to worry about Hal again. Let's grab a beer later this week, all right? Once everything calms down in the madhouse.
Operator Tanner, that you? Tanner, did you give that address out to anybody? Well, somebody beat me to the facility, Tanner. The BioM facility burned down last night, Tanner. Up in flames. And if you didn't give the address out, someone else did. Looks like we got ourselves a whole goddamn operator program. Well, an investigative team came before me and logged the remaining evidence back at the department. But I can't access it directly. I'll have to go through the operator program. Heaven on earth, Tanner. Heaven on earth. From what I can tell, there should be some security footage there that should shed some light on what happened here. Hopefully, it won't be too hard to prove this was arson. Yeah, that's not a box of wine, is it? Can you get an ID on this guy? That would have been too easy, huh? I'd like to get in the facility. Take a look around. Good Lord willing, the roof won't collapse on me. But I need a code for the door. You see where I'm going with this, Tanner? Oh, operator, would you please, pretty please, give me the code for the goddamn door? Let me see if this works. All right, I'm in. Damn it! The smoke in here will ruin this suit too. That's 2 suits in 2 days. Tanner! Let me see if I can find something useful. Something that the investigative team left behind. Sure as hell won't be easy. Because this place is just about burnt to a crisp. I don't know what went on here. But if you ask me, it's a pretty elaborate security system for a medical facility. Not much, to be honest. You ever wonder what the baby of a hospital and a prison would look like? Because that's exactly what this place is. While I look around, maybe you could dig more into our little arsonist friend. Anything that you can find, Tanner. I look picky to you? An ID. A link to another case. His favorite flavor of ice cream. Just give me something, alright?
Ah.
Charming fellow. Who's the lead on the other investigation? Ouch. Tough draw for the rook. Hold on. Looks like I found something. What the? You see what I'm seeing, Tanner? Looks like our gal, Connie Moore, was a bio-impatient. I don't know. I mean, I don't think so. Past her polygraph were flying colors. She told us the truth. Her truth, anyway. Nope. Looks like either the first responders took that info with them or it burned in the fire. Contact Skinner to update Pendle on her parking garage killer. I'm sure she'll be thrilled. I'll keep looking around here. The world's biggest ashtray. Tell me if you find out anything new about our pyro head, Tanner. And I'll contact you if I come across something on my charred end over here.
shit. Should have wrote that mess down. Count. I'm looking for. Oh yeah. I need something. None. 02. Uh. for the facility case. That come good. alive.
Yes, Operator Tanner? What is this regarding? All right. I'm forwarding the call, Tanner. But I hope you're not just sending Pendle on some wild goose chase.
Operator Tanner, what can I do for you? What? You're kidding. Okay, so our murderer likes to play with fire too, huh? This guy just gets better and better. By any chance, did any clues pop up where we might locate him? To Jenkins? So, it comes full circle, does it? Well, whatever that address is, I'll take it. Nice. So, what exactly is this place? If Wells Killer's there, I assume it's not a petting zoo. I see. Well, I'm on my way. I'll contact you when I get there. Thanks, Tanner. Maybe now we can finally book this guy. Tanner, I'm at the lab. The door was unlocked, actually. It's real weird in here, Tanner. Like everybody suddenly took off. But left all their beeping lab equipment behind. But I don't see any sign of Wells Killer. Looks like a dead... Shit!
Drop the phone. Slide your gun over to me. Slowly. On your knees, Agent Pendle.
You? How do you know my name?
You might want to close your eyes.
You don't want to do this. I'm a federal agent. Agent Walker, FBI! Drop the gun! Drop the gun! Move away from her! Now! It's locked! What did you do? Hands up! Turn around. Turn around! Hands on your head! Pendle, you okay? Walker, we have a problem here. What'd you do? Open the door now! It's not opening, Walker. Open the door now! Operator, you there? There's a bomb! This bald-headed psycho has trapped me in a room with a bomb! It's my third day! The display says 20 minutes and 21 seconds, and it's ticking down! You gotta help me here. Come right back. Understand me, Tanner? You come right back.
Yes, Operator Tanner? Stay calm, Tanner. Okay, let me think. Unfortunately, our more seasoned operators are presently occupied. I'd send a team, but they'd arrive much too late. That means... you'll have to defuse the bomb, Operator. I'm sharing the FDI's bomb defusal manual. You haven't gone through bomb training yet, but we have no choice. What I'm about to tell you is important. Do not read the entire manual. You don't have time. Stay calm and follow the instructions from the beginning. Do you understand?
There are wires, a controller, a battery, a keypad, and, a display, I guess. And operator, make sure you follow the instructions at the beginning. I really don't want to go out like this.
Wires, a controller, a battery, a keypad, and a display.
There are a lot, but I'll try. The power module. It's a battery. Has 2 wires, a red and a black. 2 wires are connected to the explosive, a red and a black one. The display and the numpad have 4 wires each, a red, a black, a green, and a yellow. That's it. I don't really know. A single battery pack? I think. Wait, it says 9 volts, 0.3 amps, 2,000 milliamps hour. One for each digit, and an enter and a confirm button. 12 in total. It says ABM 186511. imagine I'd go out?
Bro.
Wish me luck. Oh,
It looks like you didn't follow the guide on how to disconnect the display module. Or you failed to correctly identify the device's archetype. You failed to identify the bomb's correct archetype, and now Agent Pendle is dead! Firefighters are on their way. And Agent Walker has safely evacuated with his arrest. He's transporting that SOB to the FDI. We'll question his ass first thing tomorrow. You'd better believe it. Now go home, operator. I think you've done enough for today.